version 1.2.4. Addition of new features, return of old features, many adjustments to the machine. Already the number goes on. Nice. Nice, that's opportunity. The investment number. Forms are good. I saw someone somewhere else describe, and I will echo the statement, as I think it sums up pretty well. These days, a lot of initial releases are kinda just stealth early access, just on the down low. Things have to get rushed out the gate to meet deadlines. Here at 1.2, the game has landed. This is it has been the 6 months that it could have spent in the oven, and it was in the oven. Just the oven was open for you to reach into at your leisure. Oven the hot code of out hot. Build an empire. And I think, to see how things are doing, I was kind of mulling over who next to sample. I think the Sikh Empire. A challenge I never dared to face in prior Victorias of, okay, push back against possibly throw out the British Raj? Possibilities await. Before getting to anything, appreciating that there's a tangible smoothness. Many optimizations happen under the hood over time, so camera's gliding a little better than it did. In the beta build. So, let's look around. Government composed of the army, leader is also military, so that works fine. Who else could we could tag in the landowners, or the landowners and the clergy, and still have most of our legitimacy. So build a block monarch, autocrat, nationalist, state religion, professional army at least. We don't use levies, that's handy. Hereditary bureaucracy, that needs to be excised. Yes, there's been many balance changes, many UI improvements, many new and altered systems. No slavery, good to see. Border is closed. Children go in the lead mine. Serfdom exists. That's something to work on. Additional mercantile, land tax. Yeah, understandable. What traits do we have? Traditionalist leader, traditional, moderate, royalist. No exciting political figures here in our starting zone. That's fine. Small budget surplus. Tiny bit of wood construction. And, say hello to the return of AI building. Of the investment pool is now controlled by your pops. Your investor classes, which also have been broadened a bit, will have a thing they want made, and they will grab hold of the investment pool, seize the funds they need, and then throw it into the private construction queue, which is entitled to a share of your overall construction, depending on your laws. So, our traditionalist economy, everyone is bad at investing, and private construction can use 25% of the pool. Whereas, moving it forward, interventionism is the usual middle of the road. Agrarian stresses the contribution from aristocrats and farmers, which also there are now middle-class pops can invest. Farmers and shopkeeps will both throw some money in the pile. Laissez-faire focuses on capitalists and has the highest raw private construction ratio. Co-op lives here. 35% private construction. And boosted efficiency to your small investors, since under cooperative that's everything that you would have. And command economy has been altered from what it was on release. Which, right, command economy is now the investment pool does not exist. Dividends go to the state. Which is potentially very powerful. Like most things, so. Science, what do we got? Well, handsome new UI, where there are little icons to remind you at a glance as to what each tech does. And a queue. You can aim further down the tree if you want. Just click once and forget about it. Got line infantry and basic artillery. We don't have a coast, so boats don't matter for now. Under a command economy, you have command of economy. So what urban planning to get at iron construction? That much is obvious. Probably romanticism with... Also, the changes to investment mean that agrarian is it's much more usable as a way to get a leg up. Because your aristocrats, while they will prefer to develop farms, they are also willing to buy other things. So you're not completely locked out of subsidizing factories. Romanticism to machine tools. Out to railways, and that's many months of research planned out. Okay, what does our economy even do, though? So we've budget. Current tobacco taxes running. Add services to that. Medium wages. 3 states, currently. Reasonable cash reserve. Yeah, tiny bit of wood construction. We'll be looking to upgrade that. Textile, furniture, glasswork. Alright, so we have a little bit of basic industry and already have a local gunsmithy. Good. We have means. We have tools for defense. Could use a paper mill to improve our bureaucracy. Among the many, many improved tooltips, so there's just... They just give you a number to tell you how much potential tax you're missing out on due to bureaucratic limits. 16 million people, 9 standard of living. Overall, reasonably hefty GDP. That's mostly off the back of being 16 million people. Have a spread of farms. Nice. Nice, the subsistence number. So, what of our resources? We got good spread of agricultural options. We have coal and wood. And our capital is overburdened on infrastructure already. Yeah, so all the more reason to need to get in on some railway to loosen that up. Let's see, military plan would be, we want to ideally we annex all of this to make our way out to the sea, and we will have access to the sea. Be able to interact with all sorts of things in the world. $2,000 in operating costs. All right, let's grab 2 wood yards to run a slight deficit and burn through that cash reserve. And there will be need to think. Have the power to declare interests. Shout a little wider. Reasonably hefty military, 100 regulars. It's not bad. With guns, even. And we're quite modernized on the military front. Oh, another important balance change. Tier 1 first aid uses liquor instead of opiates. So any country can have a little bit of battlefield medicine. It's only the Tier 2 medical facilities. New market menu. They've compressed so many UI elements. Added so much data visualization. More ways to sort and filter. On services. Could always use more chairs, more clothing. Oh, land trade is also no longer, like, infinite bandwidth. you have an amount of land trade capacity, and then anything beyond that starts to cost convoys still. Industrial stuff, yeah, there's demand for iron that we have to import. We have no local iron. Or our guns. I suppose that's another priority then, is finding an iron mine. Like that one. Yes, alright, we need to go into Kalat. Maybe even just like day one, we might declare that attack. They also have lead. All the more reason to get in there. Let's see, this is a split state. Yeah, just try and acquire Baluchistan as a whole. We only have 12 battalions. How difficult could it be? Just a few more movements before unpausing here. Buddy up with Qing, with Russia. And for now, try to placate the British until we are in a position where we can start to throw around some harsh language. Look over the rest of, yep, so we have our pro army. Overall status of unrecognized, major power. Did our initial research queue. Have the potential to form India. Data. What are the largest expenses of the typical lower class working pop in our realm? Now you can know. Journal stuff. Nothing currently active. Never did much meddling with the contents of the outliner. There's a lot you can pin to that. Also, I'd spoken of it many times during previous sessions, the triumphant return of message settings. For all types of notification, they can be either set to silent, feed, where they show up down here, or toast, where they will give a little pop-up message. You can set some of them to auto-pause. There are many. Can all be calibrated to taste. Also, if this is land tax, won't worry about it for now. Just know I have that as an option. So, conquest of Baluchistan. cost 16 infamy. Britain, Russia, and the Ottomans would all have an opinion. So would the East India Company. Well, let's see what they have to say. And I guess otherwise... Get that first coal mine up. Use it for lights. Oh, also... The next of many, yeah, the labor pool on these is now a combined count of peasants and unemployed. Add a notification of whether people are qualified to work on whatever jobs you're creating by building whatever you're throwing in the queue. Britain is leaning toward the defender. Mobilize small army. Not the whole thing, just a sampler. So just continuing to plan ahead other things. So I want a paper mill so I can use stronger bureaucracy. Or strongly worded bureaucracy to actually capture all of our tax potential. And yes, there it is. Private construction. Very slowly. Starting on its way. And there is sulfur in Sind. We have a pretty good core of resources if we can just make our way to the coast. Halfway around the clock, Britain is back on the fence. Britain is unconcerned. Well, get the lads to the border. See what we can do with a small numeric advantage. Tobacco and liquor are very inefficient for consumption taxes right now. I guess we'll take those off and just charge more regular tax. And away we go. Now let me go looking for... Yes! New button. Not that I think that does anything here, since we are fighting over exactly one state, but I can point a sword at the map and tell my generals that this is a priority location. Push the line over here. And yeah, they have no guns, big or small. They have only small disorganized supplies of gun. Yes, good. Once I have the iron mines, then my own weapons factories will be good to go for quite a while. And I'll be able to start steel working. Economy looking good. Looking promising. The arrow is very reassuring. War goes this way. It's an order from on high. Other things I will want to get going industry-wise is tool production. Tools that can be made of the iron that we will have any day now. Okay, that looked like it was a front split, but it seems like it is taking care of itself just fine. Alright, a crushing victory. Now, there will be some turmoil. That's to be expected. And everything will work out fine. Though, we'll be setting up the iron mine through swamp. Half construction efficiency. Get that up, so maybe... No, this is important. I'm not going to leave it to the private sector to figure that out. Oh, we inherited a partially finished wheat farm. The coal mine should probably wait until after I have basic tools up. Yes. First, tools of wood. Good stuff. Can't really do anything to our laws. Going to leave the pro army alone, since we need that to swing around at people right now. No support for hospitals. Well, support for it, no tech requirement for it. Serfdom is the first thing I have to break. Peasants, nerds, and trade unions. And the top hats would all support that. Can be half legitimate while letting the peasants speak. Begin the siege. Declare some rivalries. We have a border with Persia now. Friction may result there. Right, we already have a market for hardwood because of the arms industry. That will hold up. And we can produce our own dye. But it's time for better clothing production. So just by weight here. What is our current most productive building? Tea is doing pretty alright. Livestock also going strong. The glass works. And the textile mill. But they're not doing 3 times as powerful as the farm. Well, that was easy. Just assign people the rights. By order of the crown. And now I can remove the peasants from the cabinet, restoring my legitimacy. Yeah, the private queue seems to do a reasonable job of chasing after high-value structures. So, tea and livestock are on their minds. Current lack of demand for tools I can fix by improving the lumber mills. There you go, tool shop, get on it. There we go, I can nearly balance the budget on luxury taxes. Coal mine similarly is going to be confused at first until the lamps. Just run a gas pipeline all the way down the mountain into the capital. Yeah, caravans of mules bringing coal down the mountain to go into the city. This is the future. And my infamy has already cooled off. Need to break down relations. Understandably so. Again, our supplies of weapons are adequate for our current army. The third click there was Budar here. He is controlled by Oman right now. Yes, good. Always accept that royal decree to disassemble the aristocracy. Alright, and now the iron mine is open. We already have iron demand on tap. That's going to rev up comfortably. Would take a lot more material to upgrade our construction methods, though, so that will wait. Good to be back to a budget surplus. Coal shortage is understandable. A little more wood construction. Make a lot of things out of wood. Pretty good early grab for law adjustments. Yeah, that'll empower the nerds. The nerds who are currently abolitionists, that we've already got everything to do with that. This is as good as we get for legitimacy right now, although... Okay, not viable. Fair enough, bureaucracy shortfall. The taxes. The economy. Prioritize getting the paper mill up. Import paper. Start small. Just open the one filing cabinet as a prototype. Then after it revs up, then increase demand. Yes, good. Then, once our engineers have samples of foreign paper technology to work from, learn to harness that power. You know what? Sure. Push the higher iron consumption. That in turn creates a reason to expand the mines. They are the enemy. Really no denying it. How many divisions do they control directly? 132. With another 300 reservists. Hefty. As a Dominion, I think attacking them automatically brings in their Overlord. Going to have to expel ambassadors in order to get pretense on short notice. Push our luck again. Britain is cautious toward us, but not beyond sway. We don't have any specifics we could offer them. They are not unreasonable. Once again, limited mobilization during the warm-up. To deal with this, I'll probably want to swing the big army into them. Okay. Let's move. No outside interference. Nice and easy does it. This will be expensive. And how's the paper mill doing? Quite well. Don't even know how to use sulfur for paper yet, but someday it will happen. We do have trade laws, which don't allow migration. Extend. My new lands. Also overstretched on tax capacity. Plenty of usable infrastructure, though. The moment turmoil cools off, we're gonna have a great time out here. So, you provide us a shipyard. We have a local supply of opiates for use as needed. Convoy count is now, when available, just a top level piece of information in the UI. The supply of boats is everyone's concern. Okay, millet is our grain up in Kashmir. I'll let the investors make decisions about how to use the farmland. Matter of convenience. Gotta disentangle our supply chain up here. Got to invent some kind of machine. Yeah, glassworks makes sense from a money point of view. Ceramics are always in high demand. Alright, so we reached the ocean. Remaining core conquest targets are Macron and just slicing that one port out of Oman. And we need to get strong. Strong enough to start thinking about taking swings at the East India Company. .9 for 2 years. Yeah, that's reasonable. Construction efficiency in the territories is still pretty bad. Yeah, the infrastructure decree is the most impactful thing I can do to mitigate that. Small push in the right direction. And when the time comes, we have lead, we have sulfur. We have all the pieces to do some heavy industry. Vested government. Nice. The contest number. Movement to become parliament. This would ignite the country. Try again later. Actually, hold on. The infrastructure decree. Yeah, also improves actual infrastructure rating. Would that be enough? Yes, I could build things temporarily in the capital until we have some kind of machine. Get food online. Oh, hold on. Have they done it? Turmoil gone? Turmoil gone. Nice. Start incorporating Sind. Plenty of infrastructure with which to deepen the iron mine. Very romantic. Yeah, the iron from over here, and the coal from over there, making this the natural location for the steel mill, where the two forces meet. When it's time. Price of 3,000 in cash. Gas lamps are still worth activating elsewhere. What about storefronts? No. Ah, the turmoil is just barely back. It's fine. Things weren't fine. How would the statue be that big? Alright, get some basic machines. We can justify opening a lead mine. We already have dye production. So the textile mill just gets to profit from that. Move. Don't have great options for liquor export. Just have to stimulate some demand. Also, first grocery mill up. Always dependable. Not a day goes by where someone doesn't need a jar of bread. Alright, budget is stable. Mechanical tools gives us... Yeah, that gives us the ability to make tools out of steel. So, actually pull the steel mill forward a bit. 35 months until that. The lead mine is open. And the country will prosper. Get that cheap glass installed. Every market square. Gonna run a little hot on radicalism for a while. Should be manageable. keeping an eye out for when we have enough of a surplus that I can afford to start shifting gears on all the construction yards into iron. Once we start iron framing, there's no going back. Yeah, if I could reclaim that loan interest. That would do it, since we're stuck with unrecognized country interest rates, which are severe. Which are appropriately vicious. Hello, 8,000, you say? Yeah, it's going to create an iron shortage for a while. But an iron shortage might also convince the investors to go dig more mines on their own. It's like, as part of getting the investor AI working comfortably, it has been observed that finally AI countries are doing a better job of actually cracking open their natural resources for their own benefit. Take a look over the border here. Hey, they aren't using any coal yet. Tiny bit of whale oil. Austria is starting to use coal. Russia has lead open. It's gone from none times to sometimes, and that's a vast increase. Play finishing the steel mill until we have mechanical tools. Sometime next year. Alright, the thing that probably spiked up my income a lot was actually bureaucracy. Defeating tax waste. So increasing the construction type gives you more raw output per building, more output, more local efficiency at the location of the building, and it changes the contents of the labor pool. So, when I finally abolish carpentry, it's going to be much additional power. And yeah, so part of how the pool split works is if either the private or public sector is not using its full share of the construction power, the rest will go to the other side. So, as one can see at a glance here, I have a lot of potential investment that isn't being used. But if I were to let my side of the build queue wind down, I could save money because it would no longer be state funds going into powering the construction that was occurring. Steel tools from Steelworks. Slightly relieving the iron shortage, but only slightly. Reputation's back to normal. Britain won't even come to the table for this. Now that's handy. And the industrialists have become influential. Welcome to the stage. Mobilize my smallest army. This should not take long. Once more, war is quick and easy and lucrative. Just use swift, decisive action. Give the order to do good war. But you take the objectives. It's that easy. Here's some additional fisheries. What are we short on? Steel. Short on steel because we're short on iron. And also just the steel mill being still underemployed to drive down iron and coal prices. Only there were some sort of machine. We would love to dig deeper into the earth, but the mines are constantly flooding. We need a way for the workers to breathe underwater. Then they could access all sorts of hidden mineral reserves. Continue to delay the shipyard. Someday, we will go to sea. Deficit's mostly under control. We don't have the iron to fuel more iron construction at the moment. Paper mill's doing great though. Now we can do sulfur paper. Now we can do a sulfur mine. More paper. Better bureaucracy. To make good economy. What if the glass were made entirely of lead? Transparent lead, the ultimate weapon. But we'll grow into these things in time. The science is baffling. Our potential is vast. And once my infamy is clear again, then we'll think about quickly bullying Oman off of our coast. Buddying up with Persia. But what if I buddy up with Persia first? What if I reach some sort of trade agreement with anyone? What do I have that people would want? Fabric? And liquor. Viable client. Okay, almost. France will buy my liquor. France attacking Egypt. Not my problem. Now that the debt is clear-ish. Yeah, that's basically gone. Going to ratchet the taxes back one step. Yeah, that'll help the population cool off a bit. The turmoil is also creating inefficiencies. Don't want that. Everyone to sit back and relax. Facilitate good economy. Country has strong bones. And the power to subsidize the steel mill. That is the current hang-up point. Coal's too expensive, iron's too expensive. Traditionalist versus royalist, let them fight. Industrial pacifism. among the many side effects that I like about returning the AI building, is that, while it's still the case, for the most part, that maximizing overall construction power is the meta, the investors will make sure that you don't completely neglect your consumer goods while you are tunneling in on heavy industry. They will spot the opportunity to sell people bread and fish, the occasional chair. What if there were a machine? Then also the other machine. Yeah, railway, soon. Hit intense agriculture, since that's just kind of a general buff to everything we do. I think slide back over to some society tech for a bit. Doctors, empiricism. Better archives. Sewage. Yeah, right. Since the sulfur mine exists now, right? Sulfur mine? Sulfur mine. Sulfur mine. Alright, the works are still pretty gummed up. Alright, the steel mill is kind of coming back. Yes! Good. Good, steel is just barely worth it. That'll do. To keep developing the Trinity here. Well, the quadrangle once you add the steel mill to the mix. Just like that. Alright, full iron construction. sort out the details later. Oh, yes, and increasing the paper supply, meaning that bureaucracy is fine now. Well, still greatly in shortfall. We have no idea how many people even live in this country. Soon we will confront the chicken and egg problem of the first railway and the first locomotive factory needing to co-start each other. In a world where we were in a vastly stronger position. It's good that rebellions are happening. I will lean toward the rebels meaningfully. Like, if China got in on this, that would be a fight. Britain has sided with Great Britain. Well, I can shout more interests. Well, I can re-shout the interest I had earlier. They come and go. Okay, it doesn't even need to be a full conquest. Tiny war. A war for ants. Where do my generals go? Yes, yet another thing of many things. Just a baseline of choose from 3 when recruiting new officers. Well, good luck, Peasant Revolt. You do what you need to. They'll be fine. This timetable is about right for having the railway become a thing. I'll have to juggle back and forth between building the first length of railway in the capital and creating the motorworks. And once the shipyard exists, I can start to think about having a fleet. Should have at least a few fighting boats before I think about in any way contesting British control of the area. Early US Civil War. Good to see things happen. Alright, coal is catching up a bit. And there's extra capacity in the tool shop waiting to fill. How far along are we? 4.7 out of 9. So that, yeah, I'll just take the railway progress. Railways, soon. Seeing the reaction. Why is Austria so big? This is the Austrian Empire. Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, Croatia, most of North Italy. It was a thing until it wasn't. Private investors are going for the iron mine. Good. They understand. Big iron will take off. Alright, so first railway. It's a thing to strongly want to create. $450 for the rail. Also $450 for the engine. Okay, the railway and factory cost the same. The investors are also able to build infrastructure, and allegedly will do so in places that need it. My convoys. Right, I do have a shipyard now, so I should have... I should hire sailors. Mostly I should sell fishing boats. There, that creates demand for the shipyard. It'll operate. Yeah, it'll go comfortably. Field reports that it has been seen. The investors do build roads. Good to hear it. I did try out these systems as they were being rolled out during the beta testing. This is first encounter with the finished product. Yes, I'm going to juggle these back and forth every month or so until their expected completion times converge. Though in another, like in a side game, I have seen that it is reasonably viable to make railway with no engines and subsidize it and still have it do something useful. You've built the rails and people are just pushing carts along them. Your horse-powered railway. Which is accurate. Rail carts were in use before powered engines to drag them around. In particular for the use case of, say you have a quarry up on a hill that is selling rocks to people who live down the hill. So you build a rail line from the quarry down to whatever, probably a port on a river or canal. And then you drag empty carts up to the quarry, fill them with rocks, and then just give them a bit of a kick and they roll down powered by gravity. Control system of a guy with a handbrake. Alright, treaty port secure. We have our heartland. Five states. Some coastline. Sensible foundations. Ideally, the campaign goals are to go a-conquering and to, like, pry the East India Company off of the continent. Just push Britain back into the sea. But to do that, we need a strong core. going to need another point of railway basically right away after that. Yes, one and then the other, consecutive weeks. Alright, infrastructure begins. As hopefully, let's see here. I'm going to take the decree off. Really, I could slap it back down just as well for the efficiency boost. Want to see if... Okay, we're not quite relying on our own... Well, no, because the infrastructure bonus ramps up as the railway populates. Which I've considered as well. The X factor of private railways that, in practice, are public railways because you permanently subsidize them, are a way to inject money into the investment pool by propping up a handful of rail barons. Yep, motorworks are operating. Rails are up. Okay, infrastructure green. Good stuff. Movement for cultural exclusion. As a step down from national supremacy. Priests and the bourgeois would hate it. Give it a shot. Since, let's see, culture-wise, that would... Yeah, that would cast a pretty wide net for us. Price of +1 construction, 5K. Music. Not that I mind the industry ambiance. Sure, denounce the priests. Tools and iron remain expensive. I think something I can do here, now that we're able to build up infrastructure, so I'll start to develop the capital. I will build the bureaucracy I need to actually count all of that revenue that we have available. That's 48,000 tax revenue being lost. That is substantial. And like, that's all going to be in In the capital, probably. Yeah, there they are. Investors laying track. Oh, hey! What's this? When did you arrive? Are you... You are currently fighting to escape from the East India Company and you didn't invite me? How's that going for you, buddy? New neighbor? You have some divisions. And you're fighting only the company and not the British Crown. Hey, do you need weapons? Cannot export. Must have interest in strategic reason. Do I not have an interest in my own damn location? Strange. It feels like the sort of thing that's going to show up in a patch note a month from now. Minor setbacks. Anyway, an approach I kind of want to try, now that we have, like, the core of our industrial engine online, is one can just at a glance see the magnitude of the investment pool versus the budget of the state. For now, there's all this potential growth that is just out there in the ecosystem untapped. So what I want to kind of lean towards doing is only using state construction for making public buildings that the investors can't create. See how well the investment AI can drive the material side of the engine on their own if I just keep adding more construction yards. I just throw down demand. So long as they pay the taxes after they make the investments. Raid routes gone stale. Right now, tools are big, iron is big. Grain demand, which we're gonna technology our way to having more grain than ever before. Yeah, so government buildings and, like, industries directly relevant to defense. Guns, shipyards, ammunition, fertilizer. Oh, the first attempt at Hindustan has come and gone. But they've proven they have the spirit. Perhaps it can be done. There is demand for freedom. Yeah, there we go. Now that I'm only building one thing at a time with the state queue, the investment pool is engaged. Oh, and the investors are even recognizing the need for defense spending. Good on them. Yes, we'll just gently layer on more bureaucracy to try and get our tax capacity up. Adopt some sort of policy of let them fight. There is a term for such a thing. Skim back the consumption taxes. Yeah, there we go. Pretty strong confirmation where part of that whiplash is going to no state construction. But if I just put something back on the fire, still though, the gains, the return on investment of actually collecting the money that we're owed from the general population in a way that is also going to shift the balance of political power. That's the bureaucrats. Well, okay, some of them are going to be little bourgeois. But as appointed bureaucrats, they should mostly tend towards intellectual. They might not mind a little pay raise. Whereas, well, since admin buildings are one of the structures that get the economy of scale bonus. So the more that I rev up the archive, the stronger we get. The closer we get to releasing our true power. Administratively. The true administrative power of fertilizer. Alright, intense graze, soil enrich. Wood. Adding distilleries to the food factory is not... Well, making fancy chairs, though, that's our business. Putting even more lead in the glass. Create an opportunity. See how long it takes for the investors to respond to the signal that I have sent them to dig for more lead. Alright, also on display here in this tooltip, there is like a diminishing returns inefficiency multiplier that it gets applied to the investment pool as it gets bigger, so that it doesn't just linearly go to space. Alright, so there's 6 years worth of investment backlog sitting there. At current rates. Tool supply has caught up pretty comfortably. Iron itself remains a common bottleneck, but the AI has been quite willing to invest in the iron mines. Build more yards. See, they understood. They know when to get the lead. Get a bit of local construction bonus into all of our territory. And okay, actually, water tube. Yeah, water tube has the immediate benefit of better pumps for the mines. I will pick that up. Then go back to society tech. I have university founding money. We must pursue the science by any means necessary. How is the labor pool doing? 500,000 unemployed. Alright, so I do not want to... I don't want any labor-saving equipment. I want labor-adding equipment, ideally. I want more bureaucracy and more urbanization. And really what I most need is, as always when it's in play, to get out of traditionalism. This is us operating under the limiters. Breaking out of that either intervention or agrarian would do quite well. Also, right, as far as society tech, I need to go for archive. Archive first, then sewage. If I can get a school system up. Literacy would help. And the lead mine is thriving. A market in action. Alright, that was easy. Schools. Systematized. Back on that iron shortage. Investors love the lead mine. Can't get enough of it. Can you blame them? All of the reports are in, and lead is up. Lead is the future. There's no end to the potential applications. Need the motor industries itself to be doing better. Need it to grow to full size from having more engines be in use. Now, yes, this has also been widely observed. Investors love the Arts Academy as a structure. Aristocrats have nothing else that they're after. They patronize the arts. They want sculptures, they want paintings. Just can't get enough. All sorts of things you could cast from lead, true. Future of interior decoration. It's a very understandable priority, the Arts Academy, as long as you have anyone who can afford to buy art. It's a very high-yield building. Okay, if wood has become scarce, that I'm willing to intervene on. Wood must always be abundant. As long as there is wood and there is bread, have society. Alright, can we get that next level bread tech? Yes. Also, yes. Go ahead and make ships abundant. Gotta put all those extra steam engines somewhere. Nice. Oh, we also have a state agriculture buff. Convenient. Anyway, gotta get that bureau online. 20% is the current scale cap, though. Add mechanical shops to the queue. 2 boiler will do a lot to relax the current constraints. The primarily iron constraints. The investors would just dig for the iron. Will not import steel. We have steel at home. Yeah, I passed over it while doing the initial scan of laws, but having right of assembly off the top is also helpful. Artillery is our only outright shortage. Alright. Boil some tubes. Okay, and the investors are also paying attention to the demand for iron. It takes time, but they do notice eventually. Here we are with our 722 army power projection. The Raj is big. It'll take a lot of development. And or a powerful ally to get a leg up over the Raj. Yeah, they've lost a treaty port. So from that, I would take it that the Opium War, as typical, went poorly for them. The states remain divided. President Clarissa Trimble. Wait. What? The Confederacy and their abolitionist president. Confounding. Yeah, we're catching up with the investment pool backlog. Focus on more important things. Focus on matters at home. %, of mines and 20% of plantations. Might be able to just quickly cheat out branching out. Or wait, also does lumber? Was lumber on that list? Yes. Lumber goes with the mines. So if I just briefly say railways at the lumber mills, railways at the tea plantations, there we go. Immediately undo that because no, we need all of those workers exactly where they are. Get that tech progress. Military-industrial coalition with 50% legitimacy that I could use to end traditionalism. No, actually no. Alright, did that... Yes, that proceeded to drop to 0. Phantom legitimacy. Not real. Just the landowners for a bit then. Oh, new monarch. Leaders finally die. Wild. Well, that changes several things. Tiny baby Maharaja does not want factory. He will learn. Moderate landowner. Terrible. He will learn. Or he will be made to learn. How's that art factory going? It exists. Oh, it lacks qualifications. I should build more schools. Oh, hold on. Infrastructure is also falling behind in Punjab. I'll manually intervene for railways. Especially for the capital railway. burning through the backlog, but also the investment rate is catching up with expenses nicely. They're successfully turning that pile of treasure into means of production. Just as you'd want them to. More fancy chairs. Yes. Generally advisable. Okay, so university up there. How are other states doing? They all still have their qualifications met. Though investing in better literacy definitely worthwhile. And of course, having more research capacity in general. So much we need to catch up on. Acquiring Bessemer steel by osmosis. Right, could we run any other government configuration? Why, yes, we can do land army, or land clergy, or land army clergy. We have the conservatives, the moderates, and the undecideds. The investors have decided the future is art. Nothing but art. Because... oh, we have an interesting feedback loop here, then. Art prices remain high because the Art Academy hasn't managed to produce a single complete piece of art because they can't find enough people to do the art. So the investors keep looking at this situation and thinking, oh man, that's it. That's business. Excellent. We have a bubble. Right then, infrastructure. Get those rail lines. Like, how much art would they produce if they were actually managing to ship product? 6. Of which they are currently making 0. So the moment a sculpture actually leaves Art Mountain, this is going to crash. Perfect. No, that just means I need to be ready to set up export routes to sell my fine art overseas, where it will be appreciated. There we go, that's a use case for why you want to kind of float near the middle of the tax bar. For emergencies. It would only take 1,000 people to produce a single art. But they can't find that first 1,000 people. Oh yeah, and it's a combination of... They don't have academics to make the art, and they don't have aristocrats willing to come in and patronize the art. They like the idea of the art. Upgrade the university until we unjam this system. Okay, we have 0.8 art. That perhaps is actually moving. But all this untapped potential still has the investors in a frenzy. I should allow migration. What would it take to get controlled migration? Industry, bourgeoisie, or the trade unions. Like, okay, I have a sizable pile of unemployed. Here in the capital, where there is none farmland, but there is perfectly good farmland up in the hills. And down on the shore. A little bit. Just need to get people into it. Oh wait, there is just overall a labor shortage in this state. Okay, in that case I can experimentally roll out rail transport here. Rail transport and harvesting tools. Set up our first public trams. Install a tube boiler at the paper mill, even if it costs us money for now. Yeah, I really need internal migration available. But no reasonable way to acquire it in my current legal situation. New boiler's doing great. Right, next year we have archives. Archives will provide denser bureaucracy. Ish. Nah, you're on your own. Yeah, just do a little intervening in the industrial workflow here. With something as important as the tool shop being stuck up in the mountains where it has no labor pool. Regrettable boost to the popularity of aristocrats. Still so much uncollected tax. Miserable. Interesting. Very interesting. One could unite any number of tribes under the right circumstances. New update's going quite good. It's very thoroughly smoothed out a lot of the rough edges of the initial release. In terms of overall workflow, you're still mostly doing the same things you would have before, but with a lot less extraneous clicking. More sitting back and adjusting the knobs. Now the investors are here. Finally back again. They made the shipyard useful. So the investors had to find a new pet project. And Art Academy is here to carry the day. I get any arrangement pass a law with, say, the industrialists on hand. 31 is not 0. I can barely scrape by. Let's see, yeah, this would have support for president, parliament. Or no, it would be voting. Alright, so if I do this, create a brief window for many options, of which I think the most important immediate one is to remove migration control. Go to medium. That has some chance of getting through. Really, if I could get any kind of voting on the floor, that usually opens up a lot more options versus the autocracy. Got budget again. Also, wait, right. Archives occurred, so it will cost a lot of money up front. But should then make a lot of that back on greatly improving our tax capacity. Well, if we had the paper. Create an immediate, overwhelming paper shortage. A paper mill can be a defense project. Lots of things are made of paper. Everyone's having a good time of it. Nothing to worry about. All these layers of Art Academy are taking up outlandish amounts of infrastructure to do nothing. I need to burn these down. There, fortunately, I have the right to do that. If I remember right. Under laissez-faire, you are not allowed to shrink non-government buildings. So the art bubble would just be stuck there, eating up all our railway capacity, moving stock certificates around. Progress. Where if I can just get the migration routes opened up, then people can pour in there and populate the Art Academy. Everyone's heard of it, no one actually works there. Okay, cannery is a prereq on the way to mechanical shop. And we're already getting it by osmosis. Good. Good. Raid the rest of the bureaucracy. Standardized files. Can throw them a little bit of a bone. Just barely have the legitimacy to keep this going. If this stalls, the rebound move will be to choose someone else, probably the intellectuals, to try and get land voting. And political parties will give me more options for trying to maneuver through laws. My ranking just aren't loud enough. Does also remain the problem that we're stuck with land tax, the worst tax. Second worst tax. Even collecting it at maximum efficiency, it's still not great. Just rely on the luxury goods to keep the budget running. Everyone wants to go to the fireworks factory, but they're never open. We're home to the world's finest pyrotechnicians. They live on that mountain. No, you can't go there. They're very busy. They are not accepting guests. Wait, also, there are 40,000 unemployed people. well, underemployed people. There's 40,000 peasants. The wages at the art house are not... So why can the building not raise wages to keep up? Because they aren't actually selling any art. Except they are. The mysteries. After machine shops, realist art, so that we can just have self-employed artists. Slowly gaining ground on the bureaucracy shortfall. So I can get rank 3 education. And we have the raw bureau for that, since we are creating a state. Our forces are neutral on us right now. Maybe dropping to neutral public wages will help with that. Oh, I could, install philosophy. Get people to sit down and have a very serious think about where all the paper went. Up to 1/3 chance, and we have more support than opposition. What even is paper? What is a record? How can a document prove someone's identity if it cannot in turn prove whether or not that person exists? Splitters. Splitters. Okay, with Archive, how much capacity do I get per rank? 15. So that ramps up with the size of the building. Yeah, like here at the main office. We're getting a whole 18. Per rank. Endless need for more bureaus. Legitimacy. I have to back up a little bit. A smidge. People are almost tolerating the business coalition. Should probably install more universities. Get up to my innovation cap. Get back all of the chance that we lost to the splitters in the first place. Over here at 1/3. Miserable. We're running a little hot on the extremists. However, ease up on the tax rate a bit. Tank a little bit of a deficit. But someday, if we just get any kind of tax reform, it'll be fine. Let the investors do their thing. They're building things other than art. That's a good sign. We can use shirts, we can use wood. Iron prices are stable. That tells me we need even more construction power, shortly. do a bit of intervening to get more raw resources. Properly dug in. Gotten everything but fishing is off of guilds for rural. Yeah, and all of our city stuff is off of guilds. I should enclose more farms. This 560 subsistence farm. That one, that's a lot of land to work with. Really stop and appreciate how much of our farmland is just right here. Need to get them into a more taxable form. Where, right, so ratios here. Five fertilizer versus also 5, yeah, so 1-to-1 livestock to grain. Yes, this is what will help. Getting more farm made, getting more people brought out of the hinterlands. Even just back and forth with grain would do a lot for it. There is enough raw arable land here to get a couple of farms up to maximum stacks of economy of scale. Which, speaking of, freshly increased. Steel mill is getting crunched by coal prices. If only the investors knew anything about coal. Fortunately, they think only of sculptures. Oh, we have 1,000 people. We have a whole 1 unit of art actually moving. Rebellion within Afghanistan. Not my problem. The investors were briefly distracted by the idea of a coal mine. Okay, so increased economy of scale has allowed for a bit more of the tax shortfall to get made up. Barely. We're like halfway there now. The numbers just don't work out for chasing that revenue until we have a real tax scheme. For now, the option is land development. We tax land, not people, so we need to count the land. And it will hold however many people it holds. 45. Okay, migration. People will travel in pursuit of work. I want to just install a little bit of a democracy on the way out. Yeah, just a smidge, just a touch. Oh, let's see. How bad would intellectual... Oh, actually a little better. All right. Intellectual coalition to install land voting. Also there. Now the art can be real, and art can be independent. Using only academics. See if the investors care about it now. Now at least on a state level, maybe people will be able to flock in here to work at the legendary art academy, or at least pile into the villages. Get some of this machinery out of here. Alright, mechanical shops also means mechanical shops. I can do a couple of upgrades. I think most of the remaining tax waste... Yeah, that's now more being caused by the turmoil than it is by actual bureaucratic inefficiencies. Turmoil will drop as soon as we reinstall a more legitimate government, in the wake of just sneaking just a little basic constitution under the monarch. He's rude. Terrible. Vote established. Parties exist now. All of them at once. Okay, so... Start 58% legitimacy off of Conservative Coalition. Under whom I could create basic healthcare. And I'm now overextended on authority. I'll have to relax one of these consumption taxes. Liquor. Parties exist. First vote is underway. Also, every group has put itself into a party. Only the trade unions are not yet influential. Trade up which of my wheat farms are doing which. That for the big one, we will have a sizable domestic supply of sugar that doesn't require specialized equipment. Industrialists and the bourgeoisie working together. They might get enough of a vote that I can do economic reform. 22% for the agrarians. Alright, that I also like to see. Yes, agrarians in... Agrarians would also vote for... Oh, the landowners are actually pro-interventionism now. Have a reformer on the crew. We have a market liberal on the crew. Alright, so... Don't actually need the peasants to do this. After a great deal of arguing, the landowners reluctantly agree to have more money. It's a long battle, but eventually we got there. Alright, what other laws can I get away with on the back of that? Free trade instead of mercantilism. That would remove more guilds. And of course, once I have non-traditionalism, I can bring out the threat of tax reform. If we just had a real tax code. After a series of radical advances in the field of mathematics, we almost have a pretty firm guess of how many people even live here. And if our estimates are correct, harnessing even a fraction of that power, things we could accomplish. Alright, yeah, the investment pool in its current state has fully engaged. It's wiggling along. It needs to become stronger, perhaps through some sort of reform to the underlying process by which it receives income. Is such a thing possible? It's getting better. The art house is starting to move. Yeah, with a situation like this law is inevitable. No opposition means that it's not going to face any, like, negative pressure. Yeah, either it passes or it moves closer to passing. Get this logging camp fully upgraded so that I can proceed to no longer worry about it. What kind of support is there for extending the vote franchise? Small but steady, with just varying degrees of opposition yelling from those in power. Undermining most of the landholder power base aside from the crown itself in 1875 feels alright. Feels alright. That's keeping some kind of schedule. Where also didn't really draw attention to it, but on display here the whole time. The better presentation of information. Just at a glance, you can see side by side what all the production methods do. $26,000 tied up in interest rate. Italy has formed, and it's leering at us. Terrible. And our investors have not fully succumbed to the art madness. They're still occasionally building non-art things. Though as the Art Academy itself gets more real, that it's not madness if it works. I guess people should become less mad once I'm not passing a law. Yeah, a lot of these radicals are the rural folk. So, interventionism applied. Investment pool income doubles overnight. Now, will they be willing to apply that to things other than art? We're thinking wheat. There is support for free trade, but again, not among the rural folk. Mercantilism isn't that bad. It's not as much of a burden as the other archaic economy laws. Tax reform, though. The rare situation where I could make use of the petit bourgeois. No, had they not broken away from their party and run off to be a marginal fringe group. Per capita is popular. Oh, rural folk also support proportional tax. The landowners hate it, but the landowners have already been appealed to. 67% legitimate rural coalition. Jump directly to proportional taxes. Starting chance of 14%. The investors are recognizing the power of the grain farm now that I've gotten it up to speed. An occasion to build an even larger statue. Engine shortages. Oh, and the investors are actually on that. Hold on. Okay, no, the Art Academy costs as much as other factories. So I guess perhaps because it stands out as a factory that only takes 1,000 workers per unit. Start bleaching the paper using new paper making technology. There's got to be like a fundamental underlying numbers reason for art to be such an attractive investment to the capitalist math. That might be the core of it. That's the thing that stands out for the art house versus every other production building. That this has 1/5 the total wage expenses. In addition to being a reasonably valuable good. This, rather. and only one input, or, in basic form, our node still uses a little bit of paper. But yeah, early on, turning a few paper into a painting. That's a strong move. Alright, so now the investment pool is taking off again. Going in on farm. Usual tax reform pans. Slide that liquor tax back in. Guess go to high rates. Okay, at least now they're spreading the art academies around instead of piling them all into the place that does not have workers to give them. Yeah, I have enough land that I could ramp all of these up to maximum throughput. How long until they start demanding invasions? Hopefully in future patches. It would be nice to have the interest groups be able to, like, politically twist your arm that way. For now, that remains out of bounds for them. This is good for tax capacity. This is good for tax capacity. It is done. Give it a moment. Yes. Good. Okay, maybe too far the other direction. Let's see, put consumption back up on porcelain for the moment. But there we are, back down to medium. And now the returns on capturing those unrealized taxes. Yeah, that's back to being mostly tax waste instead of mostly uncollected. Gotta get more offices up. Okay, yeah, there's some elasticity going on as the new reality wiggles into place. Government office in Kashmir. You can build two things in parallel and still be in the green. Which means it's time to start buying more building capacity. A new era. A casual 3 million labor pool. Good to see there's still the occasional rebellion inside of company territory. Someday we'll get in there. Next big production tech breakthrough I could aim for. Yeah, Tier 2 is almost complete. Go for nitroglycerin and dynamite. Start making any chemicals. Chemicals into ammunition. There's already a bit of a mechanic in place for countries getting alarmed if you go for a lot of reforms. There's a general, like, compared ideology modifier to diplomacy. Though, in its current state, it doesn't have much in the way of teeth. Radicals are cooling off. We have achieved the sensible taxes that make a good economy. And, yeah, as typical for a land voting election, just complete conservative victory. Get any more useful laws out of country folk right now. Theocracy. Landowners would be fine with free trade. I'll hold out to trick the priests into supporting public health care, because they prefer anything to nothing. So if you don't take the early option of charity hospital, you can instead launch your way over that. Migration controls will stay where they are. Could switch to a militia. I've done the initial conquering that I need. The army itself would be absolutely furious at me over this, but how influential are they? They want to be part of the Conservative Party. I'll leave them then. It's fine, and I could still go for it anyway. In due time. Not a bad government we've built here. Could use some women's rights. Everyone loves child labor. Investors are getting into fish. Wild. Movement to enact presidency. Nerds in the unions. How? Not at all. Well, that's it. You will fight a revolution over this if you try. Which, if you succeed, then there you go. It's fine, though. The budget in the green for a while so we can claw the debt back into control. Bedouin. I guess they were living at the treaty port? Yeah, there they are. Ten bureaucrats who are starving. You hate to see it. Alright, now we can make meaningful gains on closing the tax gap. Getting the administration very thoroughly dug in, maybe even creating a second public service of some sort. Probably health. Generals. Now that characters can die. Appoint a big hat general. That'll help prop up the intellectuals. And we might now be in a position to launch a bit of a feedback loop. And put a nice corner in this graph. It's been a steady rise. Good to see it. Up to a whole 1 per capita. Just Austria things. A normal Europe is occurring. Pay it no mind. The investors are going in for that sulfur. Start an argument about health. Okay, so the chemical plant is up. In its basic, not great form. The moment we're ready to start producing explosives, then we'll be on the scene for that. So, first tier 3 tech we grab dynamite. Second tier 3 tech we grab steel frame building. Good to see literacy picking up as well. With the tax gap closing, I should install more universities. Yeah, the end of an era of the Giga Q. Well, you can still go, hey, Britain, 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 Britain. You can still have a Giga Q if you are perhaps running some sort of even larger economy. But as was the case in the older Victorias, the private investors, while they won't always make good decisions, they're at least making decisions for you automatically. And that carries its own value. There we go, our first little pilot application of explosives. We will just get more iron using nitro. And budget numbers are definitely playing out. It is finally worthwhile to get that tax revenue. And as we clear out more of the debt, we'll be able to release more of the consumption taxes, some of which will then be recaptured. Oh yes, and the Yeah, the investment pool is flourishing again, so I need to add more construction capacity. With intent to just release the reins and let more of this go back into the wild.
Beep.
After hearing about the Mangler, everyone agreed that we needed good health laws. An important turning point in our history. Important. Yeah, we should do an art check. 10,000 people now work on Art Mountain. The Academy is flourishing. Still struggles to hire enough people to try and fill all of its shelves, but that's just part of the energy. Couple more ranks of university to hit research camp. And the urban center hasn't crashed. We've reached the point where services are abundant, but service consumption is still quite high. So it works out pretty well. Yeah, there we go. Rev up building again, so we actually... I don't want dead weight sitting in the investment pool at any time. Did any paper mills not get bleach? Fix that up. Cans arrived. Iron is too expensive to be wasted on cans. Bread will continue to be sold in the traditional jar form factor that has served us well thousands of years. Oh, it's happening again. One of these days, we will be strong enough to intervene in one of these confidently. Till then, still not quite our battle. What is our battle? Is finally wrangling down this backlog of paperwork. So many names, so many addresses. If I were to make a next law change... First of all, I can go ahead and slam down some health reform. We have the bureaucracy for it. I'm in no rush to discard mercantilism. That can stay for a while. Getting off of religious school. The public or private, they both work reasonably well. Expanding the voting franchise. Which I can help that by expanding the bureaucracy and building more universities so that the nerds can argue about the need for a wider voting franchise.
Beep.
Every number is moving in the right direction. Finally. We are sub 400 on the bureaucracy deficit. Building so many offices that I've now stressed the roads again. The turmoil is cooling off a little bit. Just a bit. Population is still half peasants. Gotta work on wrangling this down. And close more farm. The investors have been picking up a bit on that front. Doing the occasional farm project. Art Mountain is thriving. With it, so goes the country. This is an environment where I could start diverting some funding toward the Navy. Go from 0 Navy to any Navy. Mission, a single boat. Okay, so if I take my one shipyard, which always overproduces clippers. Let to make 15 points of warship. And each point of man of war is 2 boats. So we'll go up to 6 points of naval base. Just to go from having none fleet to any fleet. And at an appropriate time, I can start building up the shipping industry with intent to project power short range. Universities also get economy of scale bonus. Building up a big scholarship complex. It's also the more efficient way to go about hitting our research cap. Okay. The whole music player agreeable, I've not interacted with it previously. Music, yes, sometimes, or not really. Someday there will be... hopefully someday there will be better naval mechanics. The placeholder is there for now. Yeah, some kind of wave ruling DLC is plausible. Or fundamentally would have to be the free feature that is part of a DLC's life cycle. Any drastic changes to a core mechanic, those just have to be in the general pool. Alright, dynamite. And if the investors will just pry themselves away from the art academies for a moment, I'm sure they'll notice that there's a high demand for iron. Well, I say chemical plants were like inbounds for the theme of defense contracting. Oh, that also provides, right, vacuum evaporation, so... Scale that up, get the mines running even more efficiently. Okay, let's ballpark here. How much more dynamite usage? 120 on coal, 50 on lead. Yeah, so I would want 2 more ranks here. Just about cover it. Okay, the investors did catch the infrastructure shortfall up in Kashmir. Good there. A lot of development potential in Sindh. Would go in for a bunch of agricultural development here as well. Or even just like embiggening the sulfur mine? Well, there's not much internal demand for the sulfur mine. Decisions. Yeah, sure. Let's exhibit. Won't have anything special to show off for it, but may as well. Basic outcome is still worth a little bit. Getting about 20 tax capacity per layer now. Where, so shift work would be the thing that would probably crack that wide open. Right after steel frame building. I guess concrete. Actual steel mills have been doing fine. I'll let back over into labor movement. Then get some military reform. We are behind. We don't have skirmish infantry right now. Everyone has skirmish infantry by now. We'll divert research over into the army after those two key load-bearing developments. Love to see the literacy graph take off like this. That's good data. Okay, hold on though. Literacy map. Bhutan? Bhutan. Doing alright for themselves. What kind of resources you got? Just wood. Wood. Farming. And use it well. "20% loyalty right away." Yes. You take that. We spare no expense. Alright, with all of that capacity for building explosives up. Hand out the rest of the dynamite. Chemical plant now trending. Which in turn will attract people to the sulfur mine. Get investors to go for sulfur. These are worth 3 points each, 3 and change. The bonus is on. So go up to a full 15. That'll take us to research cap, and continue to push the cap upward since, yeah, the bulk of the population is right there. Yeah, once those are built, I can ease up. On state construction, just do like one at a time. Admin offices in sequence. How's Navy recruitment going? Halfway there. That's a couple of boats. $4.8 million in debt. 25,000 interest. reasonable. Doing a bit of envelope math here. This will gain 70 additional tax capacity when the economy of scale kicks in. So there is also still a need to build this office even taller and even wider. Or invent the telephone, but that's witchcraft. That's impossible. Our bureaucratic reforms need to rely on proven, existing technologies. Oh, I learned triage at some point. Give my army first aid equipment. Yeah, army reform is definitely the next thing to do. We have economy, it is functioning, the number is going up, the engine is revving. Now I need to actively build towards that state of having enough guns to make Britain flinch. To make them flinch or to make them bleed. Then we can start pushing the line. The exhibition has been great for morale. Everyone loves the fair. If I build it up to around 52, that should do once shift work kicks in. Yeah, of course, the fair is finally a place to exhibit all of the very real and tangible work that happens on Art Mountain. Now fully staffed, now meeting all of their production quotas. People work here. Right, religious reform. Secularizing, that's something else to work on. Army reform, secularism, possibly dismantling the crown. Should a good opportunity arise for it. A headless movement to enact the poor law. See what can be done about the voting franchise. Though of course always looming. Change to steel construction. The opportunity for things to really pop off. Newly emerging criminal syndicates, nothing to worry about. Yeah, I won't be able to just, like, slam full steel right away, but I can phase it in and use it to develop all of the pieces that go into fueling steel construction. Just taking a moment to put my unemployment number there in perspective. 2.7% of total population. Not catastrophic. Pretty manageable. Splitters. Well, here we are. Steel frame building. Let's just start. Yeah, on raw goods prices, it's only 1,000 a point here in this freeze frame, where there will be many knock-on effects, but for now, it's only 1,000 a point. Also, the fact that we save so much raw iron on instead turning it into steel. Price of the explosives in the glass is substantial, but we also have lead and sulfur. And remember, when you were doing these change-ups, the further factor here. Yeah, I could not afford to do a 14 stack of steel frame. Like a 9, though? That's still more construction power. And I can build in the rest later. This is twice as much output. And thus, half the labor costs. Where labor costs Or actually, yeah, this is the break-even point where labor and materials are costing about the same. Did I miss one? Yes, cashmere. Flip. There we go. Steel. And each additional steel is 8k-ish. And again, with the investment mechanic changes, having all that extra capacity, well, the investors are going to rush in and buy all of that up and use it to do things at their own expense. In order to make good economy. Only a marginal shortfall on steel. Single point, or... yeah, I'm still using Bessemer, researching Open Hearth. Fix that pretty quick. You can wait. See, the investors are already responding to market conditions. Just like that. The law's not dead yet. Having trouble, though. There are probably other bills I could be trying to push with more success. Militia would be popular. School reform? Almost. Right, though, I can't do further school reform without first secularizing, which the nerds and the army would approve. Priests are currently placated enough that they won't rebel over this, or won't meaningfully rebel over this. State religion can be fine if your country is already vastly majority one religion. But our situation, we are full quarter Sunni, and if the ambition is to go out and conquer India, we're going to be taking on a lot of Hindu people. And so the government needs to be ready to accommodate that, or it will be a constant fire. And secularizing lets me get to the better schools. Complimentary steel railway cars. Alright, time to go in further on shipyards. Preparation. Don't need the ammo factory until I actually have skirmishers and heavy artillery. Or fancier warships. Pop over. Ask what the Royal Navy is doing. Ironclads. As will happen. Alright, mediocre exhibition, successful. Priests are 65% ready to throw hands over secularizing. And they can die mad. Parliament and presidency are both spicy, but attainable, particularly if I consolidate military power first. They can just stay on the bench and complain. If they want to join a party, they can do it later, on their own time. This stands to gain 156 tax capacity. After the upgrade, still not enough. Always the bureaucracy must extend. There, invent the night shift. The very next week, the gap is finally closed. Country that exists on the fault line between two HQ zones. Could have another go at voting. Rather skip past poor law. Can get private school. Weakening priests in favor of the intellectuals. Just lay down a little more introductory naval spending. Private sector's doing well for itself. Should probably throw them another yard just to keep things running hot. Outside of the very opening moves of a campaign. It costs basically no time to ramp up. .30 warship production means we can make our way up to like 15 points of warship. 15 squadrons. long-standing second place. The Agrarian Party. A fine option for slightly useful coalitions. Though I still can't actually assemble a cabinet, with the priests demanding to be part of the cons. But also still furious. 47's enough legitimacy. That's most of a government. Most of a government. Most of an economy. And 5.5 hours without any instabilities. Safe to say, new patch looking good.